Do, 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 do. Good morning, nerd. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. How are you? Uh, Dear Anna's boss, Anna needs to go home. She can't work on today, itis. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, do. Do, 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 do. Morning, Mountain Man. How are you, sir? Meow. Doo, 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 doo. Anything good in the flight sim world that I haven't talked about, Mountain Man? Seems like it's getting quiet leading up to Expo. Have you decided if you're going? Fort Lauderdale from MK? I haven't seen anything else. I hope FS Reborn launches before Expo. The sneak or their preview YouTube thing went out yesterday or the day before. But is there anything that anybody's really like super excited for yet? Thank you. Oh, MK Studios is doing Fort Lauderdale and Miami because we need a third Miami airport. YJ Sims doing the 737-200. New business aviation ecosystem is available called Jet Card. FlightFX shares first avionics preview for the Challenger 350. So I'm torn between the 220, the 350, and the Falcon 50. What I really want is the 8X and X-Plane, but I don't think it's coming anytime soon. When my bot starts talking to itself. Yeah, I just don't see anything that's like, oh my God. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do 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 do. Ugh. 'Mountain Man. 3 hours ago. I won't have the money for it. Obviously, this isn't going to be a cheap plane. I don't think it should be either. And I've said this for a while. there's no way to say this without sounding like I'm being a massive fanboy. Okay. Um, Brawl is an amazing developer. I met him. The first time I officially met him was in Las Vegas. Um, when I was working with Coxper, and Seb was just like, "Hey, if you need a community manager, this is your guy," right? Because he introduced me to Raul. I spoke to him in Providence and was like, "Hey, if you still need help whenever the Phenom comes out, you know, I kind of know a little bit about the systems and stuff." He's like, yeah. I know. I've just been busy. And I'm like, no, I totally understand. I'm just saying, like, if you need a hand with anything, with support or anything, um, uh, don't hesitate. This is my contact information. I handed in my business card and I was like, and I think we're friends on Discord or something. But found out later we hadn't, but we're in mutual channels. And so I was just like, if you need anything, by all means, I don't want compensation. I'm just saying, like, if you need a hand with support, let me know. Um, I have had my eyes on this since I knew he was starting it. Which was shortly after we did the 100. Because people had asked Seb to do the Phenom 300 as well, since we did, you know, the 100. And it was a simple, no. I forgot to start VPilot, but I'm passing near Springfield right now. Nice. So yeah, it was very much a, oh, okay. I would be shocked if it's not this week. It's either going to be this week or next week because they're saying one day closer in the videos. So he did one, what, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. If they're aiming for a marketplace launch, it would have to be. When does the marketplace update? Is it Tuesdays or Thursdays? But does he release exclusively on the marketplace is another thing. Because if I remember correctly, he's a marketplace only, isn't he? So let me you want my professional opinion on this? Because it's going to be very unpopular. So from a community manager standpoint, I will opinion you so hard. I will be so hard. I mean, what? Um Also, before I forget, Anna, if you want that same hammer on the Twitch side, just say yay or nay. Um I'm not saying you have to go there. I'm just asking if you want it, it's yours. So back to what we're talking about. Um there are things to consider. Okay. When you look at the available infrastructure that's out there, you have things like Contrail and Sim Market and Flight Sim TO and your own website. One of the things with Coxper is that we were held on a very like bare bones infrastructure website, right? So it was there. The there's the right word that I'm looking to use here, and it's just not coming to my fucking mind. I'm brain farting. The market ecosystem on the website was fine. The download servers couldn't handle it. Okay. So think of it as like a 50-50 infrastructure for its own website. When you go through third-party things on multiple platforms, you have to take into consideration that Contrail, SimMarket, all those other platforms generally want a piece of the pie, right? Whether it's 2%, whether it's $10, whatever it is, they generally want something in most cases. Not all, but in most cases. So you're already losing money on your product, right? And even Marketplace takes a cut, I believe. I just don't remember what it is. And maybe they've changed since 2024. I haven't done anything for 24. When you look at it, if you're looking at it from a business perspective, if I can go to Marketplace, take one small percentage loss, but in turn have the hosting provided, I don't have to worry about downloads breaking. If there is an issue with the downloading of the product, it becomes a Microsoft issue, not a me issue. Microsoft seems to be the best middleman for the scenario, right? Especially since it puts it on Marketplace, and Marketplace is where everybody, whether they want to or not, wants to go. Now, why is that? Why does every developer want to put their stuff on the Marketplace? Exactly. Xbox and PS5 are marketplace only, which means that if you put your product on the marketplace, you've guaranteed to double your sales. Marketplace, as much as people dislike it, hate it, despise it, whatever, was a blessing to the flight sim development. And the fact that it made it where, let me put it this way. I feel, in my personal opinion,
this opinion is of my own and not of my employer.
It allowed developers like Coxper PMDG, yada, 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 name them, to sell their product at less and sell more and still make more money. I can sell a product for less, put it on the marketplace, and make more money than what I would make if I sold it for $100 on my own website. Marketplace only exclusives are such a pain in the ass because of the simple fact that updates are a pain to push. But from every other standpoint, it wins. So developers that went marketplace only, Coronado being one of them. Now, I know Coronado isn't known for super in-depth systems, but they can make a pretty damn model. And let's be honest, a lot of people aren't looking for full simulation. The amount of people that are looking for one-to-one immersion, I hate that fucking phrase, very rarely ever follow the checklist in full from start to finish. When's the last time I used a checklist in the Phoenix? And now, so I see the two sides to that coin, though, Mountain Man. Microsoft has to protect their assets in the form of hardware. Sony has to protect its assets in the form of hardware. I don't want you to go brick someone's Xbox because you did something stupid. I understand that, right? I have always been in favor of marketplace, but I also thought from day one, marketplace should have its own dedicated team to literally doing the review on products. And I know sometimes that can go quick and sometimes that can go very slow. Sometimes they kick it back and they say, nope, this isn't going to work. And I've seen that. I have honestly seen that. This isn't going to work for whatever reason. Does it suck? Absolutely. Is it a game ender? No, it just means that the team has to work a little bit harder to finish whatever it was. And sometimes it catches things that you didn't catch. That also goes back to one of my burning desires for beta testers who don't actually beta test. I was lucky with my time at Cuxpert that I knew at least two of the people who were, I knew one of them very well. I know two of them very well. So if I ever had a build that I saw a problem or I couldn't repeat a problem, I could literally be like, hey guys, you got a second for me real quick? Can you jump in, fly this? Tell me if you can recreate this issue because these are the steps. They just so happen to lurk in chat. One of them lurks more often than anybody else. And the other one, well, I talk to him at least every month now. And I can talk to him every day.
Wow.
But that's realistically it. So it's a blessing and a curse. But and I hold no ill will against people who release it exclusively on the marketplace. I've bought in several things on the marketplace.
My only issue with Marketplace is how long it takes for them to update.
Everything from Flight FX is marketplace. I can't think of a single thing they have that they didn't put on the marketplace. Now, I don't own any marketplace Oxford aircraft on the marketplace, but that's for a different reason. I wasn't involved in that. I was testing everything directly on the computer. Like I literally have so I use a launcher for Microsoft. I don't load it directly to it. So I use that on Linker, right? And I literally have a profile that is nothing in it other than whatever aircraft I want. Right, but and I'm not saying that they weren't nerd. I'm saying that I never bought them on Orbix. I went specifically through the marketplace for the business jet and the Honda jet both. Now, I'm not saying that those platforms are bad. I'm not saying boycott them. I'm not saying don't use them. I'm saying you have to think of it from a business perspective. If I'm going to put my stuff everywhere out in the world, the marketplace is the best place to go exclusive at. You're going to have, I have even bought a Captain Sim plane on the marketplace, but that's literally just because I wanted that one certain plane and no one else had made one at all yet. So I kind of had no choice. You don't want to get me on the Captain Sim thing because that's where I kind of slap people verbally. I don't like what they did. No. When you say it's, but when people fail to read the website that literally tells you it's default cockpits and then you go off and say it's something else, it's all it does is okay, so the Captain Sim thing, I'm going to try to summarize this quickly. When people started calling it Captain Scam because it was using the internal guts from other aircraft in 2020 and 2024, and then they came into chat and they're like, oh, blah, 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 boycott this, they scam me. And I'm like, wait a minute, hold on, pause. Did you read the website? No. Okay, then first off, you're illiterate. So, nerd, nothing says that you can't use the components in the game. A lot of backend stuff with the default systems, like the ProLine, yada yada yada. There's a term that I'm looking for here, and I can't remember what the exact term is. There's some kind of license that allows you to use the working title products as a framework. Fatal and Fine, what's up? And a lot of aircraft are built around those frameworks. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. But Captain Sim literally told you what you were buying. So at that point, is it a scam or is it you not paying attention? That's my argument. Now, I don't agree with anything they did when it comes to the liveries. I think that was bullshit. But the aircraft itself, they never scammed. They always said up front what the hell you were getting. That's where my was like, all right, I got to be the dad in this situation here. It's not a scam if it's literally written in ink, or in this case, on the internet, black and white. You can read it. Arch, hope you well, sir. Ro, and love your face. What's up? Are you moved? Like, are you officially moved in now? No, and Jacer, I think that's fine. It was, you can't go off and say one thing if you just don't educate yourself, plain and simple. And I will stand on that fucking molehill on any topic. You can ask anybody who's followed me for more than 2 years. I have no problem calling that out. And I myself have been illiterate to topics and been like, okay, well, let's educate ourselves. This is what we're going to do on stream today, chat. But when it comes down to it, to get back on topic, marketplace. So if you don't look right, coming down, you to your sock, grab onto your socks. Wait, what? No, and I get it, nerd. I see where you're going with the topic. I was steering in the other direction. But you yourself, you as the customer, and I'm saying this as from my former role, you as the customer are going to control whether or not it's there. But also keep in mind, their target audience isn't somebody that's paying attention to fidelity. The amount of people, the amount of people that go into flight sim and pay attention to every single detail, whether or not the strap on the seatbelt is going to cross over my collarbone and directly over my chest, exactly as it would in the XLS, right? Aviator just showed up in chat. Somebody used Danny as a reference. Danny can go in and tell me that in the XLS, seat in the XLS, that seatbelt should be 3 inches to the left. He flies that fucking plane for a living, right? That makes sense. There's not a lot of people in the flight sim world who pay attention to that much detail. They don't pay attention to the way the textures look. To put it in a different perspective, the amount of people who actually pay attention to super fidelity is less than 3%. In my honest opinion, though, you can't really blame folks that are completely new to flight sim. Like, I bought a few Captain Sim products, but I was completely new on which I had no idea about flight sim. So it's really hard to justify. Now, if you know some sort of experience, then for sure you should know what you're buying. But this is the thing. I understand where you're coming from, and I agree. When I crash, the fireball should be 10 times bigger. Bad devs. That's a fact. But in our case, we're talking about DCS fireballs, and we expect bigger fireballs because our balls have to be bigger to fly in DCS. My thing is this: a lot of people weren't taking the time to go read. That's it. That's where I'm getting at. And a lot of people who were in, like you, who didn't know what they were getting into, and you turn around and you go, "Hey, listen, did you read the manual?" No? Okay, I need you to read the manual first, then we're going to talk, because I want to make sure we're on the same page, because I do not want to be that guy that goes, "All right, kid, sit down. Now daddy's going to have to tell you, sometimes you have to read things before you just go off and pull the, buy button. You just got to educate yourself." Do I think that they took advantage of some things? Sure, you can make that argument. Did they use frameworks that were already in place? Absolutely. Are they the only developer who did it? Not even close. To fly in DCS, you have to have big balls or no balls? Both. You just have to be really good. No, it's fine. I love these conversations because I love getting different, but this isn't, Rapunza and I have had this conversation before. Matter of fact, we've had it in both of our streams. It's a matter of, you have to be willing to educate yourself, before you go off and make shit up on the internet, realistically. Now, back to the topic of marketplace exclusive. When you look at that from a small developer or a smaller developer in general, it makes logical sense because, okay, yeah, Microsoft's going to take their cut, but it gets rid of all of my server infrastructure issues. The downfall to it is that updates take forever to get pushed out. I know that struggle from Coxper. I understand what it's like to have a build that's ready for a push or a hot fix, and you have to wait. Sometimes that's not a bad thing, though. What it did do to the flight sim community is it said, okay, the instant gratification of, if I don't get my way right now, I'm going to be an asshole. That in the flight sim community backfired quickly. But then again, I do understand why they have it in marketplace, which is why Mustfuss is now on console and their brand and bread and butter for making money. And 100%. And the thing is this, do you know, if you were to look at the analytical side of things, that this is where you're going to go, there's no fucking way. If you were to go look at things about it's 2026. We did this in 2020. I want to say 23. It was either late 22 or in 2023. Myself, Redbox, and a few others sat here in chat one day, and we did the just rough estimate. You know that I think it was somewhere around less than 0.25% of purchasers leave a review on the marketplace. Let that sink in. What I just said? Less than 1/4 of the people who purchase something on the marketplace actually leave a review. Use that knowledge. Go look at the amount of reviews on Captain Sim's stuff. They're not an exception to the rule. That means that they sold more products than any other developer on the marketplace, at least in Flight Sim 2020. Which means they single-handedly made more money than anybody else on the platform. Right, but that's the thing. Even if you use that bit of information, they single-handedly made more money than anybody else. I also bought a Captain Sim plane, and for me, it was a catastrophe. I stay with any builds, Just Flight, PMDG, Black Square, and in some cases, Coronado. Not because I don't believe that no other dev can make great planes, but because all the products so far have positively surprised me. And that's fine. Then again, I do understand. I read that one. It also prevents airplanes from ending up on a certain website that shall not be named. Not so much as you would think. Part of my past job was actually working on monitoring what was on those sites. Plane Hub? God. And when you look at it, Microsoft making Marketplace, again, allowed for developers to charge less and still make money. I want you guys to think about this. Would you be willing, Rapunzel, sir, what's your favorite Microsoft Flight Simulator aircraft? The one thing in your hangar, actually, this goes for everybody in chat. What is the one aircraft in your hangar? Okay, hang on. Pause. Pause for just a second. I have to make an exception to this because they're the exception to the rule. And I know why they're the exception to the rule. Name an aircraft other than the Phoenix fleet that is in your hangar that you could not live without. Phoenix is the exception to the rule because Phoenix uses a different backend and thus can't go on the marketplace. We're sticking to the marketplace thing. Mountain Man, I will get you on trademark infringement. For legal reasons, it's a joke. Okay, so we're all going to say PMDG. Let's sit in a hypothetical situation. Okay. Again, purely hypothetical. Let's say PMDG couldn't put their stuff on the marketplace. Would you be willing to spend $140 on an aircraft for every model? No, off the marketplace. Just on one model, the 737-700. Would you be willing to spend $140, $160 on that aircraft? And then $140 or $160 on the 800, and then on the 900, and then the 600? Okay. I need somebody in chat for research purposes to say no. You guys are all going with this, believe me. So, okay, now Rapunzel says, no, that's too much money, right? Look at the fucking economy. I can't afford that shit. I just bought a new house, right? I cry about $60 to $80 on DCS. Yeah,
Buys a new
we're
house.
think about that. Hey, wait a minute. Hang on. I can sell it to 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people and lose out on a sixth. But if I go to the marketplace and the marketplace comes around and it lowers the cost down, if I sell it for $60 a copy and I sell 100,000 more copies of it, did I lose money? Marketplace, what I'm getting at is marketplace made it where developers could sell it for a lower price, still sell more of the product, still make a profit. Remember, the low fidelity crowd far exceeds the super fidelity. We all on the same page now? That's why I've always been pro marketplace. That right there alone is the reason I have always been pro marketplace. Now, do I have to buy it on the marketplace? Absolutely not. Same page, different book. Yeah. I can turn around. Oh, nice. Oh, look, the haze cleared up in Springfield. Oh, well, that's a name I haven't seen in a while. I know who that pilot is, which is funny because I've spent a lot of hours with that pilot as a controller. Okay, I'm back. I was just over streaking in Rock's room. Left them all blind. Nice. But that's what I was getting at with Marketplace. It allows them to sell it at a lower cost and still make a lot of money. The reason that I say Phoenix is kind of out of that equation, and it's a bad thing to use, a bad aircraft to use as an example. It's one of the best aircraft, if not the best aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I will die on that hill at the end. The only thing that comes close to it in my book is Black Square for GA. But that's my opinion. You don't have to like it. It's just my opinion. Is it allowed for things like that to take place? It's huge. And it's a huge thing because, again, the Fidelity users, there's 2,000 people on Vatsim. How many people do you think are playing Flight Sim on a daily basis? How many people in the Flight Sim community in general fly on their Xbox? Oh, hands down. And here's the other thing. Do you know I have met more people? GT is actually an example of this. I have met more people who fly on Vatsim ever since 2020 who are flying with an Xbox controller than I've met who have super fidelity pits. And I can tell you the most prestigious pit in my entire community belongs to Aviator Chris, and watching him get fucked around is some of the best content I've ever watched on Twitch. How he didn't get whiplash is beyond me, but there's that. And there's nothing wrong with it. I love the guy. SWS is an amazing team. There's nothing wrong with being cheap. There's absolutely nothing wrong. I've literally used you as an example, GT, for years, where it comes down to, hey, there is nothing that stops you from going on and flying on Vatsim with an Xbox controller. I know a guy who did it. I think it ultimately boils down to experience and what you're looking for. Marketplace can be good and also a scam. Like some folks last year bought PMDG on the marketplace and they had to wait a whole 8 months to get the tablet update where PC players had it already, which is in my opinion sucks. There was something that I covered right before you came in, bro. And don't kill me for shortening your name. That was, I understand where the marketplace testing has to take place. Because the last thing I would want is to buy something on my Xbox, or in Sony's case, my PlayStation, and it brick it. My big disappointment is that they don't have a full-on dedicated team working specifically on the marketplace, especially when it comes to those bigger labeled products. PMDG should have a contact that says, okay, we're going to test your stuff today. If you need an update, we're going to do it today, not wait and do it on Thursday. Get it done today. Everybody should have the same AnyBuilds level of, or actually maybe not, because AnyBuilds also being a partner with them. But I think you get where I'm going with this. And obviously, when you go into the marketplace, there should be a difference. You're buying a marketplace version of this aircraft. If you want something that's going to get faster updates, do this. And I think PMDG did that, didn't they? They actually said, listen, if you want faster updates, it's here. If you want it on console, it's here. I am cheap. I found Arch in the hot tub friends.com's clearance page. On. Oh, we weren't going to talk about that. You do one hot tub stream and people want to see another one. You know, they were trying to get us to rent a $2,000
over here being
Airbnb.
ignored.
Just so it had a hot tub. I don't understand why I don't hear you.
Hot tub stream next week, right?
I haven't been hearing a damn word you said until just now. I feel like an idiot. I didn't realize voice was down. I hope this got it.
Oh, you mean I could have taken full advantage of that?
Yeah, I couldn't hear. Whoops. American 4027 Springfield approach. I really feel bad because if this guy that's on the ground at Springfield called and I didn't hear him, I'm going to feel like.
Called you.
Okay.
Because I could hear myself, but I never heard him.
Okay. I see who it is, and it's really cool because normally I'm on the other side. We roll switch. But that's... You're going to hell. But that's my point, is that...
How I knew you had something turned down, because I did that like 5 times.
I turned it down yesterday because I was dealing with something, and then I totally forgot. Hang on just a second. The cons of not being hands-free when streaming. That's while seeing a must fuss on PS5, but I guess it makes sense from business perspective. It does, but that's where it's at. And I think if they ever went down that way, the bitter taste that it's left in people's mouth when it comes to the marketplace would be different. Now, I'm not saying every aircraft should go on it. I don't. I'm just saying that's where you have to look at it from a business perspective. So we're looking at FS Reborn making the Phenom 300. It goes marketplace only. How many people are going to buy it? We'll get your model working and we have hot tub stream sold. I will. I feel like Mustfest will die out at some. I don't think Mustfest will ever die, but I do think that at some point it'll scale back. That's my opinion though. I say that as somebody who has a copy of FS3 out in the garage. Like, I'm sure there's a box out there that's got. Wow. Are we still here, chat? Just got disconnected from Vatsim. Jesus Christ. Meow. Okay. No, it does this every once in a while, and we can't figure out why. Mustfest won't die until it'll go back almost to where it was before 2020. A lot of people I've seen that got 2020, 2024 came into it with almost unreal expectations. I think it just, I don't think that Microsoft would be willing to lose that again. They tried, it didn't work out too well. Anybody remember Fly? Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that Mustfest 24 will be the sim they stay with and just keep building. So hot take, I didn't think 2024 should have ever existed. I think 2020 should have been there and they should have just DLC'd it. I honestly think that they should have just DLC'd it. They should have said, listen, you want to stay with the base game? There's this. You want to update it to the physics and the flight model and everything else? Pay $20, pay $30, get a DLC. Now, that being said, do I think 2024 is further along than 2020 was at the age of the simulator itself? Yes. And I think it'd be really hard to make an argument against that. Should it have came out better? Yes. But I also have to be empathetic to Asobo. I don't think Asobo wanted 2024 to release in the state that it did. That's my opinion. And I'm somebody who was, I have used Rapunzel a lot for this example, and I've used Cross a lot for this example. Those gentlemen stayed in 2020. They stayed where their audience was. They paid attention to it. For reasons that I still can't talk about, I went to 2024 and I jumped both feet in and never could turn back. Okay. I stuck around through the hard shit. There was times where I was crashing every 5 minutes. It sucked. Believe me, it sucked. I had people be like, oh, you're just watching Crash Sim today, blah, blah, blah. And they would leave chat. And it sucks. Believe me, it fucking sucked. But there was a reason to it. And I stuck with it. And I was watching the development of it as it progressed, as it aged. I think it's in a better situation now, 2 years into the simulator, than Microsoft 2020 was in 2 years. Because remember, 2020 really didn't get solidified until about 6 months before 24 came out. And realistically, it was just a bunch of 24 stuff backwards ported. I also, okay, so you're going to open that kind of worms, bro. I love you, sir. I love where you're coming with this. I was anti-X-Plane because I didn't think X-Plane matured enough between 11 and 12. And I had said, it's going to take a lot to get me into X-Plane 12. Why? Because if Microsoft can do this as a if a Sobo specifically can do this, and they're new to this sphere, they're not new to Sims. They're not new to video games. They're new to flight sim. Okay. If a Sobo can do this, how can a 17-year-old platform not do this? Well, they're smaller than this. Again, size doesn't matter when you've got 15 years in the game ahead of your competitor. That's where my argument was. Was it a valid argument? You can say yay or nay. But that's where I went. I want to be able to look out the window and see what I'm looking at. And that's why GA flying for me in Mustfuss has always stayed Mustfuss favorite. Visuals. I've also always said that if you're flying above 13,000 feet, the planes and the simulation, and you're looking for immersion, explains where you're going to call home. That being said, X-Plane 12 has came leaps and bounds ever since X-Plane 12 launched. And one of the, if not the, single product that competes to the Phoenix, in my opinion, is a free aircraft. Let that sink in. The Level Up is probably the single-handedly best freeware aircraft ever developed for any flight sim. Well, especially when it comes to airliners. And the Hot Start Challenger is to explain what Phoenix is to Microsoft Flight Simulator. X-Plane is great, and I prefer it for airline flying, but X-Plane will never be on the level of Mustbuses. One is because Microsoft, and but also because X-Plane doesn't appeal to the casual audience the way Mustbus does.
And departure lows, American 4027 current here.
American 4027 Springfield departure. Good morning, sir. It's funny being on the other side of this radar with you. You are cleared to the Chicago O'Hare Airport, radar vector Springfield. Maintain 5,000, expect flight level 33010 minutes after departure. Departure is going to be with me, Squawk 2132.
Hey, Troy, and good morning. You're cleared. Radar vector Springfield, initial 5,000, 33010, departure frequency in 124.95, Squawk 2132, American 4027.
American 4027, read back correct. Push and start on the ramp is at your discretion. Runway 20 for departure. Plan to come out on Echo.
All right, 20 departure, go for taxi, coming out on Echo, American 4027.
Des knows how to fly and not control.
Listen.
I don't think I've ever seen him do anything but supervise and control.
Danny's sitting in my ear and he's just like, Shez knows how to fly. And I was like, I've seen it once, like a long time ago.
I do a lot of flying these days. I've got quite a bit in the hangar, so I need to fly.
Hey, listen, I staff Springfield a lot now.
Yeah, and why are you here?
Did you ever hear why I left?
No, I didn't. What was up? What's up?
It's something I'll have to DM you because I'm streaming, but I'll fill you in on it.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
What's up, nerds? Gallon smokes. Let's go. Listen, I just started streaming a couple hours ago. Can we wait? I'll go to the store later. In my honest opinion, I feel like they are on the same level. Yes, XP won't catch the casuals eye, but again, XP is not for the casual. They focus more on the simulation side, which is why I really enjoy it a tad more than Mustfuzz. Both are great and they have their own focus for sure. Yes. And I think if you look at it from the other thing is this, the casual side to Flight Sim far exceeds those of Vatsim, for example, or the Fidelity users. If I was to sit here and I've actually done this before in chat, I ran a poll once during my partner push days, right? So I was well over the 100 viewer mark. And I said, everybody here for the most part, and I said, what's the best simulator out there? And then I go, how many out of the people who made this decision, was it as a casual or somebody who pays attention to the checklist every single step of the way? The casual person who just loads the sim far exceeded than anything else. But the number one sim for Fidelity was DCS. My opinion, Microsoft has the best visuals. X-Plane has the best airliners. Or anything above 13,000 feet. But the best overall simulation, aircraft, and Fidelity, DCS wins this conversation 100% hands down. All three of them have their strengths. All three of them have their weaknesses. Now, I've said, if X-Plane and Asobo could decide to do whatever and procreate a sim together, bruh, the world's over. Just think about it. Or what if Microsoft and Eagle Dynamics DCS came together? Fuck it, just give me an open world DCS and I will probably turn from both of them. Someone needs to take hints from X-Plane with airport design too. You mean having the gateway? Need to learn the C-130 with me? That's not a hard plane. All X-Plane needs is baked in satellite and photogrammetry. Oh, if they did that, they'd win. If X-Plane could give me a prettier world below 13,000 feet, I'd be sitting here asking you guys what's the best GA aircraft in X-Plane. What's the best GA aircraft in X-Plane?
The only one I touch is the Challenger, or yeah, that. Which I rarely touch.
Let me rephrase this. I need the best aircraft that James would be able to fly after he gets his IFR.
In X-Plane?
It's the black something made the C-130. I actually have an update for it.
Or are we including 2024?
Hang on. Okay. Did he call?
No, we doing just...
Like the best single twin engine, low and slow. No, and so the thing is, I never looked at them because when I went into doing heavy, so
I have no
this
idea.
is,
I don't hardly ever do any of those on the sim.
and it may, but I understand why. The thing is this, like I've said this repeatedly on stream, off stream, everything else, right? I am the guy who will sit here and tell you I don't like flying the airliners. I just don't. I don't enjoy them. Will I do it for content? Yes. Have we literally had streams where you guys broke the Phoenix in such disrepair that I was not going to win? Absolutely. They were great. Gifted subs came in, bits, whole 9 yards, because there's a program that was made for it. But I don't enjoy that. I enjoy getting in the 208 and flying across all 48 states. I enjoyed that more than flying in the Phoenix for the PMBG.
American 42 to 7 taxi.
American 4027, taxi 2, runway 20 via Echo Uniform, cross runway 14.
Echo Uniform, cross runway 14, runway 20, American 4027.
And that's where I found, but that's my level of flying. It would be like telling you, okay, you're going to go get an XLS and then you're going to go to work, fly the XLS, and then you're going to come home and you're going to limit yourself to the XLS. Is that something you would enjoy?
The XLS, no, but the Ascend, yes.
Right, but I'm being very specific and I was being very careful on how I worded that because I figured you would try to find an escape. But you see the point I'm making, right?
Only because the auto throttle. I don't like flying crap without auto throttle, if I'm being honest.
Right, and I understand what the difference is in the aircraft, but that's the thing. Are you going to go to work now? If you were okay, let me put it this way: if you were still in the 75, and they made a 75 for Microsoft Flight Simulator, would you limit yourself to only flying the 75?
I could probably do that, honestly.
You're not helping my argument, but you see the point I'm trying to make. Accurate. Thought I heard Chez's voice. You did. He's on the ground. We roll switched. Also, did you see the upgrade fees on my flight?
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
I'm guaranteeing you that first class is wide open on those flights, and that's why it's like that.
Oh,
The
no.
only time I've seen it that cheap is whenever they're wide open.
I'm sitting here. I wish I had the money. I would upgrade in a heartbeat, but, and that's also because I've never flown first class in my entire life. But for the flight that's almost twice as long, it's $77. And I know it's because it's a regional jet. Believe me, I know.
Nope. Surprisingly, that's cheap even for a regional jet.
Is it really?
Yeah. Normally it's like 200 or 300. And then if you get onto a mainline, especially where they have mill, it's like 600 or 700.
For those who are wondering the context of the conversation, This was yesterday.
Meanwhile, if I was on those flights, I'd probably get it free.
Right.
And no, I'm not going to book a flight just to, yeah.
$174 for an hour flight. One for an hour and 41-minute flight, 77. I do the first down to Dallas Fort Worth. The only thing is I know I have a 4-hour layover,
Fly back tomorrow.
and that's like Arch flying on my server and not shooting my Tinker down. Listen, I don't think that can never happen, ma'am. I do miss DCS. Once I get lenses, I will be back in DCS. Do. Right. Okay. But yeah. It's like an hour and 5 minute for $174 in first class, or 100 hour and 41 minutes for 77. I've oh, that's nice. I have a 4-hour layover in Dallas and a terminal change, but I guess I'll figure out while I'm there what terminal the next flight's coming out of. You think 4 hours is enough, Danny, with all the stuff going on at Fort Worth?
Yeah, right to 40 turn
Well, the irony is I'm off that weekend.
American 4027, fly 1 runway heading, wind 220 at 10, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 20, and fly runway heading, American 4027.
That if I would have known that prior to getting tickets, I would have been like, do you want to be a great friend?
Well, I just got that Friday, and quite frankly, we were slightly tied up because the engine decided to die on us on the other car.
Well, no, because I would have just been like, do you feel like coming to Lebanon, picking me up, taking me back to Tulsa, and then dropping me off at the airport in Tulsa? Because the flight, I told you the cheapest flight for me to go to Houston
Well, didn't
or
you
Austin,
book
right?
the tickets Friday?
Friday afternoon, yeah.
Yeah. See, I was tied up with the whole car deal, so I didn't even have my schedule didn't push until Friday.
The cheapest flight would have been oh yeah, I don't have to leave the terminal at all. It's just I think they have construction going on at Fort Worth, so it takes forever. But yeah, the cheapest flight was $127, and it was a 14-hour layover in Vegas. I literally told Marty, I was like, I almost considered this just to be like, hey, Marty, do you have a couch I can sleep on or a spare bedroom? And can you, oh, wait, what time do you have to be at the airport? And he's like 2 hours before. And I was like, fuck, I'd have to be at the airport at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm not about to ask a man to take me to work, take me to the airport 2 hours before he even has to leave for work.
Oh, I tried. I didn't go very far. It didn't take off.
Well, it's just this is what happens when you and I talk to each other on a radar, because the last time I did this, I was in the ocean.
Now, this has happened to me a few times on the MD-82. I'm going to try again. It seems to be something to do with the trim. I'm going to try this again. Okay, I'll just come back.
Okay. Hey, buddy. Well, proof that even Shez can crash. I was sad that it was only like $80 to go down there on Southwest. No crash. 'Tis falling with style. I like that. Yeah, I think he's in the Mad Dog.
Interesting.
For the love of God, don't tell me that you can fly. Can you wait? Actually, hang on. Can you fly jump seat on your day off?
Me?
Yeah.
I can fly jump seat anytime on Southwest.
Oh, well, then I'm safe, because I was going to say it would be crazy if I end up going on the 4th down to Austin and you end up somehow catching a flight to Fort Worth that morning and catch my ass walking around the airport.
Yeah, not gonna happen.
Yeah. You could be 2 hours from me and still wouldn't go get your fudge packed in Uranus.
I was an hour and a half from you last night.
Hmm.
Yeah, we
How's the new car?
It's good.
You liking the whole no gasoline thing?
It's some growing pains, some learning and getting a few things set up. But yeah, it's nice.
American 4027, you did set your dial flat before you set your trim, correct?
I did. But just going to check again.
Okay.
It's set to, sure. Reading of the problem is that the ZFW was different, so I'm not sure what's been loaded. Let me check.
Okay. Foggy's like, come on, Danny, we want to hear challenge accepted. I was like,
We spent way too much money this week in Kansas City.
So how many over par did you shoot?
We stopped keeping score.
That's fair.
All right, let's try this again. Ready for departure.
Wind 220 at 10, runway 20, clear for takeoff, fly runway heading.
Runway heading, runway 20, clear for takeoff. Here we go. American 4027.
Chat says they have faith in you, sir.
Yeah. No, they all abandoned me. I'm going to have empty aircraft now. The crew even left. I don't have any food.
Did they at least leave the coffee?
Something B8.
Yeah, that's true. I think there's a little bit of coffee in the back.
DE said something B8. I'm assuming you know who I'm referring to.
Of course.
Okay. As he's cackling in my ear.
Why is he on your channel?
He's well, I'm in the ZKC Discord and he's not in the DATM, but he's sitting in chat as well.
It sounds much better.
I will say you didn't hear the words. I don't know what my autopilot's doing.
We both agree that we at least didn't hear you say, I don't know what my autopilot's doing.
Nope, it's still not taking off. I don't know what's going on with this thing. Still, again, it's just got right at the end of the runway.
Hey, I'm here all day, sir.
Not sure what it is. We've tried offline for a while. Not sure what's going on.
It's being jinxed. It's the ghost. Well, you're airborne.
Yeah. Now upside down. Okay, I'll come back.
Well, at least it registered on the radar that you get to 1,600 feet. Or Shez. American 4027 radar contact lost. Go! Be right back real quick.
Yeah, I gotta go to the dealership. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay. Oh, we're gonna roll it. Hey, listen, we're gonna roll it and go inverted. Where were we? Trying not to go crazy. Accurate. Thank you for the 100 bits. So yeah, 174 for first class on a 737 or $77 for first class on a regional jet. Three hours and 52-minute connection time at Dallas Fort Worth. Oh, don't feel bad about that. I have to connect through Seattle to get to what? It's all right. So my options were there was a cheaper flight by like $4 going through United, going through Chicago, but you had to pay extra for a carry-on bag. American had a 4-hour layover at Fort Worth, which is this one. There was, I'm assuming you're going to fly on Alaska. I have a gut feeling I know who you're referring to. 99.9% sure that the same dude who did that gifted subs yesterday and bought a new wireless mic for my IRL content. In exchange for a drink. But it was 4 hours in Dallas, 3 hours in Chicago, or 6 hours in Denver, or 14 hours in Vegas. And I just didn't, honestly, I wouldn't have mind doing the whole Vegas thing because it was leave, but it's what the hell am I going to do at the Las Vegas airport overnight? So I'm leaving Thursday the 4th. And then I'll have front porch streams on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and I think we'll probably leave out on Tuesday. If we do it like we did last year where we stop somewhere along the way. But the flight from Fort Worth to Austin is literally get up, level off, descend. It's not that big of a deal. The longer flight is obviously from Springfield down, and that's because it's an hour and 45 minutes. Yeah, just not a lot of really great food choices. Well, okay, I take that back. There's a lot of great food choices. Not a lot that are friendly to the pancreas. If I was to hit it halfway through the kick sub goal, I would probably upgrade the first leg of this flight or the trip. Just for comfort on a regional jet. Hello, Ewald. Thank you for the lurk, sir. Love your face. And realistically, 77 on a 2-hour flight isn't bad. Well, 145, but whatever. Do. I'm until check-in, 22 days. Do. 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 What time do you have to leave? Or what time do you have to leave Kennedy. You. Damn. Well, that's cool.
Oh, I did get up in the air.
See that? At least you're not crashing.
Well, I did. I mean, I think the issue is the runway length. I think it's only 7,000. I may be too heavy for it.
Yeah. 207,014 is 8.
I was carrying off just beyond it, so I think.
Yeah, if I would have known, I thought about it, I would have put you on 1.4 just because of the fact that it's longer. Just that crosswind.
I should have actually asked that. I think 8,000 would be fine. So I think maybe the 7,000 is the issue. They sent the crew across. I think a few lines are out of 0.
Well, you're airborne now, so that's the plus side. You can get to Chicago.
No, at least it's not the case. Crew, I think that's a line 7 of 20.
Are you coming to the States for Expo?
When is it?
6 weeks.
No, I won't be there. I'll be there next week for about 10 days, but that's for my niece's wedding. That's it. I'm going to go back to Singapore.
Oh, okay.
It's a long way to come.
But it would be so worth it, right?
Well, yeah, the family's getting together there. Should be fun. My sister's daughter. So it's a lot of.
When weddings become family reunions.
They do, and there are quite a few cousins we have in the U.S. as well. So they'll be coming over, so it should be fun.
Where's that taking place at?
Toledo, Ohio, the center of everything.
You going to connect through Seattle or? LA.
Oh no, we're coming actually through Dubai on Emirates to New York, and then Detroit.
That's not bad.
Yeah, well, it's 7 hours to then another 12 and a half, another 2 to Detroit. So it's gonna be a long, long flight.
Are you gonna get on the 380 from Dubai to Kennedy?
Yeah, that's the one. 380 from Singapore. Actually, you'll get 2 380s, I think. It's the best plane you can ever fly. Have you flown a 380?
No, I haven't. But I haven't flown out of the country in a while.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's such a nice plane. It's such a shame that they've stopped production. It's, I mean, the 747 used to be my favorite, but the 380 is just unbelievable. So comfortable, so silent. It's a beautiful.
The biggest I've flown on was 777, and that was San Diego to Denver at one point.
Yeah, but you know what's really the other really nice aircraft? 787's okay. The 350-900, that's a beautiful aircraft. It's really silent, really nice aircraft.
I saw a bunch of them when I was going to Vegas for Expo a couple of years ago when I was in Denver. But as far as like no, actually I saw a 380 when I was leaving Houston for Springfield. And I didn't realize how massive that plane was compared to a CRJ 200 until you're sitting on the wing of a 200 looking out at a 380 and you're just like, oh, I can't even see the cargo bay.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. And the upstairs is also very nice. I've only flown on business a couple of times, about 3-4 times, a long time ago. It's got the cabins and all that. It's really nice. Now it's even economy is actually very nice.
There's that. Yeah, I fly on the 4th of next month down to Austin, and I've got a RJ flight from Springfield to Dallas and a 738 from Dallas to Austin.
Yeah, the only time we got to fly 350s with Delta out of Atlanta, maybe I think LA Delta or something. They do with 350.
Yeah, I see. Delta flies out of Springfield, but they only fly the 717. We don't get any. The only carrier that comes in and out of Springfield that's bigger with out of their regional jet size is Allegiant, and they bring a 737-800 in here.
Where does it fly to?
Vegas, Mesa, Arizona, Gulfport, Mississippi, Clearwater, Florida, Orlando.
So yeah, Allegiant really focuses on the holiday vacation markets, right? That's why.
So Vegas and LA are the two main, like, get you to anywhere. Mesa you fly into and then you have to transfer to Sky Harbor. Gulfport is a destination point for the summer and it's only going to be seasonal. They're not going to stick with it long term. And then Clearwater was their other option. Orlando just got added not too long ago.
How far is Clearwater from Orlando?
Depends on traffic. Good day, an hour and a half, maybe. Bad day, about 6.
That's what take portion expensive like Orlando.
Yeah. American goes to Charlotte, O'Hare, Fort Worth. United goes Houston, Denver, Chicago. Delta only goes to Atlanta. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, so Springfield is a very typical. So you see all the CRJs that arrive into, let's say, O'Hare in the morning. So these Springfield, Des Moines, all these the smaller cities, they feed in and then you get connected to all the big ones.
Yeah, like if you were to ever go to Springfield at night, like about, I think the last flight comes in at 12:30 and just after midnight. You can see all the RJs that are ready to go first thing in the morning. Allegiant only comes in and out, I think, once, maybe twice a day. And at one point they only used to come in every Tuesday, and they left out. They came in from Clearwater on Tuesday. They came back from Vegas on Thursday, but they've changed that. So I think they're daily now, or at least biweekly. American United and Delta's kind of adding more flights, but American and United were both like, you could go out there at, like, let's say 4 o'clock in the morning, and you would see flights that were ready to push for Chicago, Atlanta, and Charlotte. They're ready to go. United was the same way. Denver, Chicago, and Houston ready to go first thing in the morning. And then the airport just gets really quiet, doesn't do anything other than the flights that come in and out like every couple of hours. Unless you're at the airport at 5:30 in the morning, and then you get to see FedEx and UPS come in with their 757s that park there all day long.
Oh, yeah, they park them because the fees are probably less.
They're less, and they use Springfield as a cargo hub, or as a mini hub. So they'll leave here at about, they used to be at like 10:30 at night. They'll leave and go to Louisville and Memphis. They turn around, they leave after they get reloaded, and they go up to Wichita, and then they come to Springfield and they park all day long. Empty them out. Pilots would go stay in a hotel or go home, whatever. And then they come back at night and they just rinse and repeat. They go directly straight to Memphis with whatever they got from Wichita and wherever.
So what's the big business in Springfield?
3M has a plant in Springfield, and outside of that, it's just a college town. Other than that, the only big, like, super business in Springfield that everybody knows, it would only fall and you do any kind of sports or hunting, and that's because Bass Pro Shop Cabela is corporate headquarters here.
No, which one?
Bass Pro Shop and Cabela, they're owned by the same company. Their world headquarters is based out of Springfield.
Okay, no, I haven't heard of them.
Yeah, you have to be like sports, game hunting, and stuff like that to really know about them. I can't really think of anything else that would be known on a global market.
Okay, I gotta go. So, Troy, well, nice talking to you.
You too, Shaz. Have a good one. We'll see you on the other side.
Yep.
That's a building with wings. Yeah, pretty much. Do. Do, 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 do. Well, we saw one aircraft, so we're on par for the two we saw yesterday. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Mm-hmm. Do, 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 do. I guess they're almost done with the ramp expansion. What are they? Never mind. Why they're expanding it at Springfield is beyond me, but okay. Good morning, Mr. Captain Whip. How are you, sir? We were talking about land shark earlier. They are good. Lining up for things, seeing how things are going. We were trying to make sense of this. I'll show you. Hang on. I have to pull it up. How is it only $77 for a first class ticket on a regional jet? That's an hour and 45-minute flight, but it's $174 for the 737 on an hour flight. So I said if I get 20 kick subs, I'll upgrade to first class on the first flight, the longer flight. I don't know. I have a 3-hour and 54-minute connection in Fort Worth. So yeah, that's for first class. That's the upgrade. So yesterday morning I was kind of laughing because as I got up to get the stream started, you know, you book your flights on Friday. And well, I booked my flights on Friday. Yesterday morning at about 7:00, I got an update. You can now upgrade for $77 on one of the legs of your trip. And I'm like, okay, you know, it's an hour and 45-minute flight. What's the upgrade cost? Because it's going to cost like $40 to pick a seat. And it's like, you can upgrade to first class for $77. And I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. First class in an hour and 45-minute flight is $77. But on a 737 800 flight that goes from Dallas to Austin, which is only an hour, realistically, it's getting up, leveling off, and descending again. It's $177 or $174. So I was like, community challenge. If you guys hit 20 gifted subs on Kick, the next Kick payout, I'll upgrade this seat on the hour and 45-minute flight. But yeah, my flights are booked. So I'm doing one way again this year, just because it saved me almost $180. But I will be flying to Austin, Texas, to be with Texas Tech on the 4th, and then we'll do the road trip stream again up to St. Paul, and we check in on St. Paul on Wednesday. So we'll be in on Wednesday, and then I think we leave on Tuesday. We're staying at a place. We are staying here. About 4 blocks away from the Excel Center. I'm coming Thursday, leaving Sunday. Are you coming in Thursday morning or Thursday evening? Are you coming alone or is the family coming? If you need a ride from the airport, I can always ask Tex if he feels like going to pick you up. I'm pretty sure he'd say yeah. Because to my knowledge, there's nothing planned. Oh, it sounds like it's going to be cool. When's your birthday? Okay. As of right now, I'll be IRL content the 4th. I have to leave here. What time is that flight? I think it's like 8 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, so 8. So I got to be there at 6. So I have to leave here about 5 o'clock. Good morning, Neil. So I'll leave here about 5, get up at about 4:30. Uh, 18 hours. I'm good. How are you, ma'am? From Texas house to the Airbnb is just about 18 hours. That's not counting like stopping to stretch or get gas or anything else. It's just a straight 18-hour drive. Just outside of Kansas City is a halfway point. I got to sleep in a little today. I'm doing good. Nice. We laughed at the fact that an RJ is going to be the longer of my 2 flights, and its cost to upgrade was $100 less. So when we talked about flight sims and DCS is better than everything. Do 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 do. So, Whip, if you come in, you said Thursday afternoon, and you're coming in on Delta. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm. Anybody got anything fun planned this week? Motorcycle ride? Well, it's that time of weather, isn't it? Mm. Clear but hot. It's that time of year.
I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I piss excellence.
Good morning, bub. How are you? Love your face. Ooh, ooh, Tower Daddy. Approach Daddy. Geez, I wonder if somebody is leaving New York to go to Expo via Seattle. I wonder who's they're friends with. Well, what airline they're going to be using. I got to get ready for work. I'll lurk here and there. All right, sir. Are you flying today? Yeah, to Hawaii. Oh, God. Got to be horrible. Got to go spend 3 days in Hawaii. So sorry for you, sir. So terrible. Can we get some F's in chat for, Whip having to sit on a beach? Do. Do. Oh, Rich, you parked at the wrong gate. Immersion ruined. Yeah, they park right here. Did it really? That's cool. Maybe they switched since they're doing the ramp expansion. Huh. Yeah, I've only seen them come out of this gate. Oh, nice. Traffic is traffic. Do 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 do. Rawr. Hey, Archer Cards are playing the Twins on Friday during Expo. We have a few folks already interested. I will likely not be doing anything extracurricular this year. Oh, I'm not doing the dinner. Only thing I'm doing is the only thing I've set in schedule is obviously the show opener and then Saturday and Sunday walking the event. How much are the game tickets? Do 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 do. Oh. Actually, wait, I still have to figure out what day Sky Command wants to do his thing. Beer, dogs, snacks, and soda, all for $2. Not bad. Do. Yeah, I still have to figure out. Sky Command wanted to do a meetup one day with some people. Mm-hmm. Do. 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 Do.
Good morning, Springfield Approach. Legion 80 at Gate 9, looking for IFR clearance to Las Vegas.
Legion 80 Springfield approach. You cleared to Las Vegas. Radar vector Chinook. Then as filed. Maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 360. 10 minutes after departure. Departure is with me. Squawk 1152.
Copper head to the Las Vegas McCarran International Airport via the Chinook. Then 5,000. Expect flight level 360. 10 minutes at departure. Departure with you and squawking 1152 Allegiant 80.
Allegiant 80, readback is correct. Push and start approved. Plan to exit the ramp at Echo.
Copy, we'll give you a call after the push and Echo, Allegiant 80.
Is your company traffic coming with you?
Yes, sir, he is.
Okay. Do. 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 What does the Air National Guard fly out of Springfield? It's a helicopter maintenance facility. You mean this ramp? Yeah, helicopters. Blackhawks and Apaches. I know a couple of guys that work out of there. One of my nephew's uncles is one of the big dogs up there. You see C-130s coming with helicopters every once in a while. They land on 1-4 and 3-2. Then they taxi over there. They open it up, pull the helicopter out, roll it onto the ramp, and then they take back off. Or if there's a helicopter here that's been worked on for whatever reason and it's got to fly across the country, they'll come in and transport it.
Springfield, good morning. Legion 85, information Delta, gate number 7, clearance to Las Vegas, please.
Legion 85, Springfield approach. Good morning, Nick. You are cleared. Stand by. You are cleared to Springfield, you are cleared from Springfield to Las Vegas. Radar vectors Papa Echo Romeo then is filed. Maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 34010 minutes after departure. Departure is going to be with me, Squawk 2172. Guys, we're on different.
Clear to the Las Vegas Airport. Radar vectors to Pioneer that is filed. Initially 5,000, followable 340 within 10. 124.905 with you on a 2172 squawk code Legion 85.
Legion 85 readback is correct. Question start is at your discretion. Plan to come out of the ramp at Echo.
Plan to come out at Echo. We'll call you back when ready to taxi Legion 85.
And just confirm, you are wanting to go to Pioneer and not Ponca City, correct?
It's actually known as both, but we're showing it as Pioneer.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
You can tell those of us who are old enough to remember when it wasn't Pioneer. Showing my age. But yeah, that's Air National Guard and then General Cargo, Envoy, GA ramp, all GA ramps, stop parking lot. Good morning, Melvin Leroy. So second. Mm-hmm. How's Melvin Leroy today?
Springfield approach, Allegiant 80, red taxi with information Delta.
Allegiant 80, thank you for Delta, runway 20, Echo, uniform, cross runway 32.
Via Echo, uniform, cross 32, Allegiant 80.
Nice.
Approach Allegiant 85 taxi. We'd like 14 and we have information Delta, please.
Allegiant 85, runway 14, Foxtrot, whiskey, hold short 14.
Foxtrot to Whiskey for runway 14, Allegiant 85.
You doing any flying today, Mr. Melvin Leroy? Ever thought of doing real ATC arch? I would have loved to when I was younger, but I have since passed the age requirement.
Approach Alaska Allegiant 80 at 1432. Are we still clear across?
Yes, sir.
Copy. Crossing uniform 32 Allegiant 80.
Yeah. You have to be hired before, I think it's mid to late 30s. Good morning, Mr. Carpenter. Thank you for the biddies. The alert caught me on that one. Okay. Hey. Mm-hmm. 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 Legion 80, you ready for departure?
I was just about to call you, Legion 80, approaching 20, ready to go.
Legion 80, fly runway heading wind 23011, runway 20, clear for takeoff.
Copy, runway heading, clear for takeoff, Legion 80.
How are you on this fine Tuesday, good sir? I'm doing good. How are you, Bother? Legion 85, runway 14, line up and wait. Company traffic departs on the crossing runway.
Runway 14, line of wait, Legion 85.
Legion 80, radar contact, say altitude passing.
Passing 1,600.
Legion 80, altitude checks, climb, maintain 15,000. I'll have direct shooting for you shortly.
15,000, runway heading Alaska, Legion 80.
We're not in Alaska, sir.
Hard habit to break.
Having tacos in my face hole? Nice. Legion 85, wind 190 at 11, runway 14, clear for takeoff, fly runway heading.
Runway heading, runway 14, clear for takeoff, Legion 85.
Legion 80, clear direct Chinook.
Direct Chinook to Legion 80.
I need the helm so badly.
November 78 Alpha Lima, good morning, descending flight level 160.
Last pilot calling, call sign only.
November 78 Alpha Lima.
And what's your location? Legion 85 radar contact, say altitude passing.
Legion 85, 2,600 for 5,000, runway heading.
Legion 85, climb and maintain 15,000 altitude checks. Thank you, sir.
Up to 15,000, Legion 85.
At approach November 11816, checking in about 30 miles to the east of the Butler VOR, descending 8,000.
November 11816, I'll get back to you. You're just a little bit out of my airspace. I can't tag you up yet.
Roger.
Legion 85, clear direct Pioneer.
Direct Pioneer, Legion 85, thanks.
I got to get you a little bit closer, Mr. Melvin Leroy. Legion 80 Kansas City Center is currently off doing other things. Frequency change approved. Thank you for your service and flight in and out.
All right, over the intercom. Love your face, Legion 80.
Love your face more. Hello, Mr. Jeffrey B. I did figure out, Bother, the way to power level is a lot like it was before. Stand in the entrance, let somebody speed run, teleport after the boss is done, repeat. I'm also hurting for a ring and some glyphs still because I can't get them to drop. Legion 85, you going to Expo?
I should be. We'll let you know once you, I should know here probably by this weekend if I will be. Are you going to be heading up north?
I leave for Austin on the 4th, get into Minneapolis on the Wednesday after.
Very good. So hopefully we'll see you.
Allegiant 85, Kansas City Center offline. Frequency change approved. Have a good one.
Have a great day, Troy. Legion 85. See you soon.
November 11816. Radar contact ident.
Here comes the ident, 11816.
November 11816. Springfield approach. Radar contact 55 miles north of the Springfield VOR. Good morning.
Hello, sir.
November 78 Alpha Lima Springfield approach ident.
Speed for approach ident to November 78 Alpha Lima.
November 78 Alpha Lima Springfield approach ident.
Speed to 50 knots. November 78 Alpha Lima.
November 78 Alpha Lima Springfield approach. Radar contact 42 miles south east of the Springfield VOR. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
November 78 Alpha Lima, continue descent and maintain 5,000.
On present heading 5,000. November 78 Alpha Lima, thanks.
November 11816, do you have an approach request? Do you want the visual?
Take the visual 20 if we could, November 11816.
November 11816, not a problem. Descend and maintain 5,000.
Descend and maintain 5,000, November 11816.
November 78 Alpha Lima, do you have an approach request or do you want the visual?
ILS approach, please. November 78 Alpha Lima.
You want the ILS to runway 14?
From ILS 14, November 78 Alpha Lima.
November 78 Alpha Lima. Plan the ILS via runway 14 via the Springfield transition Sierra Golf Foxtrot.
Sierra Golf Foxtrot transition November 78 Alpha Lima for 14 ILS. Thank you.
Love your face, GT. November 78 Alpha Lima, clear direct to Springfield VOR.
Direct to Springfield VOR, November 78 Alpha Lima.
Got to get him over some radio towers. November 7A Alpha Lima, descend and maintain 3,500. Cross Springfield at or above 3,500. At Springfield, clear the ILS runway 14 approach.
3,500. Clear the ILS approach 14, November 78 Alpha Lima.
Yes, I get to go for sure. I'm still taking donations. All the gifted subs that I get on Kick, and it's very Kick specific because I won't see anything on Twitch until after Expo happens, and I'm already home. We'll go towards that. Blaze, is that you? Oh. November 11816. You're in Aerostar, right?
A firm, 116.
All right, traffic's 22 miles at your 12 o'clock, 3,500. It's a Challenger. Report him in sight for me.
All right, we're looking for that traffic, November 11816.
Sorry. So sorry. November 78 Alpha Lima, maintain 180 knots or less until a 5-mile final.
180 knots until final. November 78 Alpha Lima.
November 11816 Springfield Airport is at your 12 o'clock, 18 miles. Call the field and site.
We'll call the field, November 11816.
And that traffic shouldn't be a factor anymore.
Roger.
While you're at it, November 11816, descend and maintain 3000. That's a mouthful.
Descend and maintain 3000, November 11816.
Just like talking to you on the radio. I don't know why.
November 11816, we have the field set.
November 11816, maintain 190 knots or 180 knots or greater until a 5-mile final. Clear the visual approach runway 20.
Cleared visual 20 and 180 or greater, November 11816.
November 78 Alpha Lima, exciting hold for intercept 14.
November 78 Alpha Lima, cleared inbound. Runway 14. We'll give you a landing clearance here shortly.
Cleared inbound on 4, November 78 Alpha Lima.
Bark, bark.
November 78 Alpha localizer 14.
November 78 Alpha Lima, reduced to final approach speeds. Wind 19011, runway 14, clear to land. Traffic lanes on the crossing prior to your arrival.
7 Alpha Lima.
Danny's going to come into chat and smack my wrist. Thank you for the 200 bits, but November 11816 wind at Springfield 19011, runway 20, clear to land.
Clear to land 20, November 11816.
They're fine. Do 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 do.
November 7 Alpha on glide slope.
Roger. Roger, Roger. November 11816, welcome to the beautiful city of Springfield. Once again, exit to the left, taxi into the ramp with me. Have a great day.
All right, I'll hang a left to the ramp. Stay with you, November 11816. Good to be here.
One day I'll move it to a different airport where you can have a bit change of scenery.
I don't mind at all.
I like staffing the regional airports. It gives them more life.
Yep, I appreciate you doing it too. And this one has a really nice freeware also, so that's kind of a bonus.
Mm-hmm. Columbia has a nice freeware as well.
I'll have to go check that out.
Nice. Do you have a set amount of time that you are signed up for ATC here? On the network or like in general? So I'm not assigned anything. It's been content that people have been enjoying more than flying. And it gives me more time to kind of interact. But I don't have any set schedule of anything else like that. I have a minimum requirement that I have to do per quarter, but I have far exceeded that. I think it's like 3 hours per quarter or 4 hours. Danny, it's 3 hours per quarter, isn't it? But yeah, so that's it. At this point, it was just like finding something to do. What I would like to do is use the time to go over the other SOPs. But as the one thing about Vatsim when it comes to controlling is the more you staff a specific airport, you'll get more traffic coming in and out of that airport. There's already a guy that wants to come in and fly every morning and do the legs out of Springfield. And I was like, okay, that kind of works. November 7-8 Alpha Lima, welcome to Springfield. Keep her rolling all the way down to November. Turn left on November, taxi to the ramp. Or ignore me, that works too. November 7-8 Alpha Lima, that's not a problem. Turn right on Delta, cross runway 20, left on November.
Right on Delta, and November 78 Alpha Lima.
Cross runway 20.
Of course, thank you. Cross runway 20.
Okay, I got to get back to work. Have fun telling people where they can go. I will do my best. But there are hour requirements that you need for a position. Or a rating, and I meet those. Yes, sir. There's a freeware on the TO for it. And as long as you don't go above 7,000, I can control you the whole way. But yeah, there used to be a scenery for my home airport, but it's not on the TO anymore. Because I live right up here. But yeah, there's hour requirements that you have to have like underneath each rating before you go up.
November 78 Alpha Lima, thanks for help. Have a good day. November 78 Alpha Lima, bye.
Ciao. That will be it. Nice. Blaze. But Thank you for the 100 biddies, no. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm. This. I need to stop singing. Hydrate. No. I'm drinking coffee. Thank you, Nell. Do 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 do. Good morning, Blaze.
Good morning.
We heard you on stream a little bit ago.
What's that?
We heard you on stream a little bit ago.
Stand by. Your volume is too low. I got to turn you up.
That's right. Turn me up. Almost became a spitter. Almost went down the wrong hole.
All right. Now try again, please.
I said we heard you on stream a little bit ago.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
There was dog barking, and I went, Blaze?
Not to make me play some of my freaking soundboards.
Oh no.
I want to go home.
Are you at class?
No, I'm at home. I just want to go home.
Did you get your flights booked now? I feel I've asked you this question. I just forgot the answer. Did you get all your flights booked? I feel like I asked you this yesterday and I just forgot the answer. My oldest showing. We need to plan a convention for 27. Old schmold, listen, Den. Sometime next year, because I'm not going to have the funds to do anything else this year. Neil and I in Vegas could end up in a lot of bad situations. A lot of fun situations. I have a feeling I wouldn't be able to stream in Vegas with Neil. Long Beach in January. Oh, the Den confirmed. Leave January 4th. June 4th. I'm sure we could stream together in Vegas, maybe not on Twitch though. There are blue sites. I said what I said, no regrets. I leave for Austin on June 4th. We get to Expo the Wednesday after. Okay. I am. We were laughing this morning on the price that it would cost to upgrade to first class for the 2 flights on my trip. Uh, So there's two legs. The first leg is an hour and 41 minutes on a regional jet, and then the second leg is an hour and 5 minutes on a 737. The regional jet is $77 for the hour and 45 minutes to upgrade it to first class, and $174 for the hour flight. Even though I knew I never could. Be fucked up if you can't be right here. One sec. Okay. Neil, are you here? I showed my kitty on the internet. Why won't you respond to me? I'm going to Alf you. No. So you guys have heard the stories of me having the ragdoll cat that's out on porch, right? The stray. It has become attached to the family, to the house, more or less. And my mom's been feeding it every morning. Well, it had a litter of kittens. This one and the runt are the only ones that are left. I'm going to eat you. I'm going to Alf you. Take a nibble. This one will literally just sit there. Well, now he's trying to perch up, but they're very much outdoor. Hey, you want to look this way? Don't tell Anna. You want to come down? But this little guy. Ooh, your claw is right in my shoulder. I mean, she would probably show you. Sold. Lab. Oh, yeah. Video on stream. Okay. Say bye-bye. New remote. Huh? I'll be right back. Abu Dhabi next. Nice. But yeah, so now you guys have seen my kitty live on stream. I said that the other day and somebody asked me what the reference was, and I was just like, get out of here. What's Elf? Your kitty has such soft looking hair. You have no idea. Dude, I had a Burger King Happy Meal that came with an elf puppet. I still have one. I did not think about what I was about to eat. Oh, crisis. Now I want Burger King, right? I had one of their apple pies yesterday. It tasted like chicken. Oh, God. What day do you get in for Expo? Well, you have my contact information, right? I think so, at least. Okay. I think we're planning on walking everywhere because we're only 4 blocks away. There's a lot I would be interested in going to. I would love to go to Seattle with you. Even though that would be the first convention of that style. I was thinking about planning Expo next year, but there's a lot that I need to do and not kind of last minute things. A lot of next year is going to be dependent on how the rest of 2026 plays out. If 2026 picks up for me, I would like to do at least 2 next year. 1 flight sim, 1 non-flight sim. Yeah, I'm at the Hyatt, I think. We're at, I showed you the Airbnb we're at, right? I would also like to start doing more IRL stuff. Not necessarily just road trips, but like actually going out and doing stuff. And I think I'm going to try to bring back doing 1 non-flight sim related stream a week. I really want to finish Windrose. I know some people here didn't like the game, but it was nice seeing some really old faces in the community that aren't necessarily flight sim enjoyers. Like I'm contemplating about doing Windrose tomorrow. Or Friday. And then obviously for the flight sim community, as I said, you guys hit 75 subs between now and the end of the month on Kick. I will do the T75 St. Louis approach training session with somebody and then eventually work on learning ERAM so I can do center. And the reason I'm Kick specific on that is because it'll go towards the Expo trip. And then I'm going to start saving for next year. And also I need to get lenses for my VR because I really want to do VR content. Obviously I've talked a lot about wanting to do DCS and now understanding why I couldn't see the gauges. So I have looked. There's still everything's still out of my price range because of everything that happened in April. When I said I had a completed savings, I had $6 in my bank account until last Thursday. Well, it was before that, but that was for Expo in general. And Tex is doing Tex things. I'm not going to go into details about it. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. For this trip. And it was funded through an anonymous thing. I don't know if I can put them on my throne. What I did do research on was I think this was the company. That someone had said, or this was the place that someone on Reddit had said that they weren't perfect, but they weren't horrible. And they're going to be my cheapest option. And that's obviously not thinking quality. It's just looking at money. I think, was it Anna who said she uses BL Rock? And I think Chris does as well. I just need the S. I don't need anti-blue, anti-glare shit, do I? No. I don't have a 3S. I just have a 3. So those. So it's 17.5, somewhere in there. Hang on. Quest 3 prescription lenses. America. Not bad. Shipping it. Check out. But I don't know how to add outside of Amazon on Throne, by the way, no. If you know, tell me. What the fuck is that receipt for? Oh, it's my glasses. Derp. So I want to do that. I want to work on my VR model. I wonder how that worked with lenses, since the fact that I love when Stream Elements, by the way, ADD, is like, here is a promotional campaign for $20 guaranteed base pay and $20 per subscriber for ExpressVPN. However, comma, no slots available. Hashtag rude. Drone.com/arch. Why is it so dark? People who have to stare at this should suffer. I'm one who's suffering. Not anymore, we're not. You know what's a shame is too bad that the model that I was looking at. I just learned about it the other day from Tex. He was like, you're staring at it in white. What is wrong with you? I'm like, I promise I'm not a serial killer. I wish the store that model was on Throne. United States. Oh, I'm looking at things. Because right now, I know that store. I mean, what store is that? What is DDLG? Dog Days Long Gone? Solbari is not Shabari. Got to get my head out of the damn gutter. I got a feeling. Blaze's store? Good night. Do. 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 No. Good thing that I turned my camera off or the screen off. I need Jesus. Dragon? So those were cheaper. Why in the hell did I lose the link already? AliExpress. No. Quest 3. Okay, so you said go here. Paste. Yeah. So I actually had debated on whether or not I was ever going to have the whole open surprise gift thing on there. I did it. So far I've been lucky. So far, comma. So you take that information how you would like to take it, ma'am. So on AliExpress, it says that Nil, in your opinion, should I do the cheaper ones or the ones that Anna suggested? Okay. I should. Fuck. Where was that model at? Meow. Need to find that model in our group DM, so I'll find it there. Also, can't show that throne screen on stream. We are Brock. Start. How much shipping? I was. Yeah, I try to be.
I'm gonna hold your bush when I say this. You shaved? What the fuck? I'm gonna hold your bush when I say this. You shaved? What What the fuck?
I had to play it twice because I didn't think I heard it right. Shit. Aw. Have to pause for Anna's kitty. I know that model's in here somewhere. Did I pin it? Bookmarked it. It was this one, right, Neil? Okay. Love your face, Iowa. You are still going, correct? Uh, what's that convert to freedom units? Nice. Okay. 38. And change. So we'll call that 39. Yep. Do. Anything else I should add there? Surprise gifts are enabled. Oh, I have a feeling I'm going to regret that. Okay. Do. About it when I see you again. Okay. Do, 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 do. I don't want to hear you. Do, 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 do. What'd you do? You're both brats. What? I wasn't even there for like 2 minutes. Thank you, Neil. I love your face. Well, I love all of you, but You know, when that gets purchased, you and Anna are going to have to teach me all this, right? Do 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 do. Okay. Where's my camera? Action.
Danny, what kind of fucking soundboard are you playing? Like seriously, like I don't really care, but like it's fucking unnerving.
I didn't realize it was coming from fucking Discord.
Oh, I know it was coming from Discord, but I'm just like, that sounds like some fucking that sounds like Danny has a fucking kid locked up in his goddamn basement.
Oh, it's a recording of this lady at the Royals game.
There's a special place in hell.
TLDR, there's a petition out there to get her to stop doing it, but you know, only 62 people have signed it.
When do you fly again?
Tomorrow.
Oh, because you're going to Panama tomorrow, right?
Yeah, we're going to Florida and back. But not stopping to say hi to James. Because the invisible fence stops the dog.
Okay. Okay. 1 o'clock. We've been gone for 5. Good chance we're going to start early tomorrow. We saw 4 aircraft. 5 aircraft today. I know who we're going to raid. I'm going to go out and enjoy this 77-degree weather and go mow my yard. I love all your faces. Thank you, Neil, for the suggestions, as well as the throne dono. So there's 2 things that were added to that. One is my lenses and the other one is a VR model. You will see. I don't know if I'm going to control again tomorrow, then just control tomorrow and Thursday, and then we'll play Windrose on Friday, or if we'll play Windrose tomorrow. See how it goes in the morning. I love your faces. Hope you guys have a wonderful afternoon. Don't do anything I would. Have a wonderful afternoon. Apparently I can't type in a chat. Just say hi. Meet new friends. Good morning, Tex. Good afternoon, Tex. Thank you for the 100 biddies and everything else. He's got a pink start. I really need to work on those. Go say hi. I will see you guys in the morning. Baby Shark rides again in 4 weeks.